Hello, today we are on Wednesday, 15th of March, 4:20 p.m. on the year 2023. So it is good to say on what year you are to see what is present through eternity. And what you might think is 1 century, trust me, that is the foundation of 2,500 years or 3,000. So it is not a joke when you go to that level of perspective. So people can get to be more serious about getting together and form this without consuming from the ways of the past. So the ways of the past, these are people that invest in. So they keep a split personality. They like to trick, they give, and they're already thinking how to take over. Yeah, while they're saying yes. Yeah, so while they're being good, they're triggering underneath to make dirty business, to take over. So you can go study history, but we don't need to study history. We need to study the present situation and move into multiple perspective that has that sustains the construct of our system. For instance, from technology to science and arts, because arts are also the arts is the architecture of the transmitters that we're going to be using, not just through the industry, for all these mediators to exist. So with the Greco-Saxon Empire and America and the world's opening up with internet, so getting to find a little more of advanced thought, to be thoughtful because of the gravity of the steps that we are investing on. So investing in war, you will see the lineage of all these people that are the owners of oil. They are families who have been empowered to invest on politics behind the talons of any presidency, and even toy to be used as a pawn to talk on defense, to invest on weapons, to say, no, it's not USA, it's 50 companies in Europe. So to play smart, but is slowing down the trust of the world in you. The world is never going to believe anything you say then. And I mean the leaders of the world, because you can say whatever on internet, people on internet can be streaming bullshit. That's another, yeah. Some people need celebrities to be on the air, yes, and certain figures, let's say, because they carry certain values. These values are before any other. Did you ever get to set multiple values and just have to pick one that will defeat them all because that's a priority to win them all? No, because you only think about you and your ultrasonic whatever when you could have the multiplicity of all in one. And for that, you trust in the uncertainty because you already know how to walk. You are the one who maybe invented how to walk. Maybe you were the first one, just, yeah, for 19 years, getting on your feet straight and saying, hey, and then you just start walking by yourself. Maybe you don't know where you're going. It is uncertain. You don't need to think about it. It doesn't need to be certain, but you are walking on your 2 feet by your own. Yeah. And all the cattle can bark at you and stand on their 4 feet and whatever. You can go back and do that as well to copulate. The only form of multiplication you could have. So uncertainty is for the master of all kinds. It cannot be stuck in one character. It has to move. It's not representing your kind, but is representing in behalf of the world, perhaps a world that is timeless. So you cannot say it's a genius, you cannot say it is a scientist, you cannot even catalog this phenomena as a doctor or give any titles to it. All right. So once you understand that you can also become that you are not a slave of representing yourself, hmm, or convincing anyone, because I'm giving you a fantasy that you have someone that you're talking with and nobody knows. Because you're so alone. Everyone is serving you. Everyone is sucking your ass, your dick, your toes, the tip of your nose, also polishing it. Yeah, you everything you have an hour to shine over and represent something that is supposed to be leading. And these are roles that are unchangeable. These are roles that everyone will fight for to keep and prevail, no matter what. No matter what the consequences, no matter if it's right or wrong. Yes? So the one goes to give certain power towards this role. It doesn't mean that one is an excrement of yours, right? That you need to oppress and push down and think that you're stepping on is because you have that fantasy that you have someone to relate with that is honest, real, and is giving you power. Yeah? So you can keep with your middle ranger bitch and defend her because she represents you and your kind. Yes? What is it? Not coming to the light, not showing yourself, your intelligence, your own power within your realms, and at least have a little bit of decency to invest in your work and your masterpiece. But no, you have to talk and dissociate, talk about this, but that, and you have a form of expressions through this. I don't want to hear about anyone's wife, not your little middle ranger bitch that you call to be whatever it is. If you need to triangulate people, keep on, keep on. But we're not having a straightforward triangulation. All right? There are positive triangulations that I have taught you. For example, to put myself to triangulate all this when nobody would. But who is paying my work? I'm going to be waiting here because you don't have the decency to admit that I have given you this power, and I give this power to Bill Gates, and he's been taken advantage from without giving me my intellectual right and royalty the property where I have more work to give. There is much more fulfilling than listening to this uh, nonsense. All right. So this nonsense could be like grooming, warming up, preparing a field. It is good for a child, not for me. So this is the third week of the month. The first week of the month, I talk about vibration. The second week of the month, I talk about what is inside. The third week, I talk about what is around. And the third week, I talk about what is outside as a scenario. So on this third week that is around, I'm talking about the wall. I pick a word randomly. I have picked a word randomly, and I wanted my daughter to do this for whatever, for another thing. So she told me to do it after the year 2020. So I started doing 1 year ago. It was a random word. It is to understand what is the sequence and how does it relate to forming a common ground of the storyline. You can put other parts, you can put other, but we are at least being unified through, could be the iron wall of China, the iron steel. We have a lot to learn from each other's differences and what could form this construct. So that is the third week of the month for that which is form, touch, cover, silhouette, construct, composition, ego system. It is palpable. Yeah. So that could be around a scene or around yourself. Yeah. And form it as well or not. But basically in that form of the structure, because you're not always relating every present and every second through the same actions. Yes, you can be stationated, just doing the same thing over and over again, blah, 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 and just going and just shaking hands or just creating memes or and just do these routines. But it does not mean that this is what you are creating as part of a multiple storyline to understand these differences. Because you're not an observer, you're not an actor, you're not a director, a scriptwriter, you're everything, and other people are as well, and they also belong to their own entities. And we all have a field of a terrain that is manifested through different forms. Yeah, different forms and formless notions that could captivate our attention. So I try to dress asexual, so I am not seeing as a woman of the past or the present, and I'm not going to dress as a science fiction or near future uh, postmodern, because right now I don't have the mind for that. But my social status needs to take care of, because I am not protected as a person and as a woman. So whatever I do, I look like a woman, and I don't want to be misunderstood through my work. So it's not confusing as people are right now in 2023. Yes. So I try to dress a little bit respectful sometimes and at home because this is where I am. So as to not be pretentious as well. Not every day I am in an office to address myself. So I have these cards that are for character traits. I like the tarot as well because it helps me to relate with character trait stories. And not always I am in search of an of that, oh, this is an answer. No, like for example, I can have the best cards here and the worst cards here, but what I feel and I think is what is going to dictate my decision. And maybe when I feel that the worst cards, because I love this the way this person works, I know that I will go for this. Why? Because it might be the worst, and I don't care if it's the worst or the best. It's a higher hierarchy or lower hierarchy or whatever it is, left or right, upside down, whatever, it doesn't matter. But that is going to dictate because I make a reason to my reality and to the reality of what I am relating with. That I do not know the end of the story, the middle term of the story, because I think in orgiacal ways and in a creative exchanging form of affairs within the mind of one and many people is not sexual, is a way of putting it that way, right? So I got these cards for today, and they are technophiliac, overachiever, obviously beautiful, suspicious of authority. So it has one thing, and then the other side is the opposite. The opposite is trusting of authority. So I'm just going to read one side. And this is, for example, the relationship. Yeah. Where is perhaps constantly in a relationship. Yeah. It can be through many thousands of millions of characters that have nothing to do, but it has that trait, relationship. Yeah. Even if it's working within the government, it can be suspicious of authority. Yeah, not just a thief or a criminal could be suspicious of authority, but some people who come to this earth to innovate or fight for things that do not exist, and yet have been fought trying to come to existence, but it has never worked. So this has reasons to be suspicious of authority as intelligent people beyond the nature of any other, and has a reason from its inner authority as a creator to protect its work, values, to have its own authority and not be oppressed from working and expanding its own virtues, right? Mine is for virtual reality in the fantasy world, not the metaverse of a computer game with we, that they stole my work and the patent that I sent to Bill Gates. This is not the metaverse that I have created. The formula sells, but it's not all wholly given. You cannot have it work until you reduce yourself in order to multiply and go beyond yourself. Yeah? So you're talking here in the private. Yeah? No, you're talking to your public of wounded empaths, right? And you want to be not. That's how you're gonna be. What's it? What's that? Yeah. There is so much. There's so many traits. There's so many characteristics. There is so much work to do. And still, oh no, no. Do I have to wait so it's world peace? So you own the world? Yes, I do know everything that's going on. I do know. I can see the movements just with my eye closed. Not to imagine. It's obvious. But I am not here to be fighting. I am not here that you need that. You need that. That's why I'm giving that. You need that. Someone that is just simply just playing back to you the ping pong from the other side of the net, the wall that is the net, right? So to spark your imagination. But in reality, what are you doing? Yeah, you do have so many connections, so much power. You have done so. Look, you have done so much thanks to my ideas, right? Now I'm not coming like an inoffensive, with letters from all around. Yes, I had a lot of money in my life. Made a lot of movements in my life. Yeah, I have dressed beautifully in my life. I have been protected in my life. I have invested myself in my work. I have invested. So it is not that I have risked my family. Uh, Women should never be under the domain of any man. Never. Jordan Peterson has created this group of ARC, and he says that it can only follow through the scheme of family and marriage. So I'm against that. First of all, it was my idea, so he gets a little more scenario and gets to talk about things that he could do in real life to compare all these things that he's saying. Yeah. And meanwhile, I don't have food to eat until the 24th. I'm not a victim. I'm a person who has given all my investments with all my work from my hands. Nobody to believe in me, to believe in what I am doing. And this is thanks to going through the unknown, that uncertainty. But you do know where you're going. You do know how to you do know how to fly. You don't know to know all the map of the world to open your wings and fly. All right? So I'm not talking about the uncertainty. mm, Because when I have nauseous, it's because that water is poisonous and I'm not going to drink from it. It smells rotten, sick. Yeah? It has no juice. There is no vitality there for me to pour myself into it and immerse or dive. Yes? So I do not feel like it's my. Yes? So you do as you wish. Let the world be divided as it is going. Let people die because you don't have anything to hold on to. Yeah? You don't have anything or anyone to hold on to because this work has not been built. This world of illusion. And when I'm talking about this world of illusion, I'm talking about my world that I'm bringing. Mm? Let's have this clear. It is not Bill Gates. It is not Mark Zuckerberg. They can continue with their metaverse. I can get anyone to create it. And you can fuck off because you have steal from me, betrayed from me, pretend to be playing me. And that is not the way to be. You're not superior if you're doing that. You're a mockery yourself. So this is when people get tired. And this is all I know. I don't need your father to do this and that, and then you're gonna do this and that, and then you have planned this and that because of your soap opera space case. Uh, this I have nothing to do with that. I'm not interested in those ways of being either. Yeah, where you have to do a performance to pretend the status quo is what. There is no true love either. It's just a show to be like, yeah. So for publicity, that you call power. So keep that power then. Let's see where it rolls. So what I here said, Albert Einstein said, the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all the art and science. Albert Einstein. I'm gonna do a cut of edition there. I'm gonna talk about walls and what defines reality from our differences, right? So, well, 19 years role playing, studied script writing. I've been assistant of therapy for 14 years, and I have undercover assistant of therapy. I've been undercover in the dance floor as the go-go dancer. I don't like podiums because it gives me claustrophobia, and I prefer people to dance than to be watching me. Then I really dance. I'm not a dancer anymore. I'm stiff like a. So, and I have also been present for 7 years in New York City to do tantra with one by one, not in therapy groups. So you have here what is define and divorce, right? So here's what is flipping all the time. That's what they call logos. But your mind is always shifting from one side to the other. Yes, no, yes, no. Now in the year of 2023, eventually this will end, all these political parties and votes and wanting, needing, because people are now, because of how it will need some decades to evolve, because it's in, could be in years, but as things go, could go very fast as well. Who knows? People need people need the votes and the likes of the people. People are a slave from people's beliefs. Yeah. So what is better? So that's why people lie and cheat and follow the desires of the majority, but that doesn't mean it is the right way to move faster. That it doesn't mean that's the best. All right, it could be the best illusion as a false proposal. It could fall because it has no real foundations. It is rotten. It's meant to fall. Yeah, because it's being pushing for many sides. It has a very strong pillars, so it cannot fall. For all those warriors who have existed and still exist, not just warriors, but kings and queens and cleaners and parts of the ecosystem of that which conforms and constitutes an entity and protects it. So in this in this coin of two faces, we have this continuous, and it's also shown in the formation of the DNA in the genome, in the each conductor that in the strand is connected to the other side of the strand. There is an energetical pull that is like the batteries that has the opposite and negative energy. So this is an informational design also for the structure itself. So here we have, and we know these things, the positive and negative of each strand. And there is the other as well, the other side. But that is an attraction and a rejection that or duels or conducts a lot of a form of energy, informational energy, any kind of informational. And for that you have the arts as well. You have the sounds, you have the forms, the architecture, the historical, emotional events, the feathers, if your parents are birds or so. So we do have boundaries, yes. So we can have boundaries from one era to another. We have those boundaries. Some people are stuck in the past because something happened then. They are stuck with that idea because they have not evolved. Yeah. For example, Russia has been stuck, and they talk about Nazis when Nazis have maybe evolved. Yeah. They're not so cruel. Yeah. Their descendants has danced with many people, have spoken with other people. They're not like their grandparents that maybe just work for that entity and had to move to Canada, Argentina, Venezuela, America, and some stayed there. So the fascists. So the base of it moves on, but it has renovated through wars. It had renovated and created new mutations, transformations from its own interaction. So you have the boundaries from what brings us up as a creative, constructive share in the reality of our affairs, or brings it down, yeah, to bring poverty and everything that is related to death. Poverty, sickness, pestilence, anything that is contagious in mental illness as well, such and such. So here we are always constantly, or with the critical mind, or with the observant. The observant mind, it is the one that knows, not the critical mind. The critical mind needs certainty. The critical mind needs to fight. The part of the mind that is watchful is a higher consciousness. And it only needs what it needs to know. It will only find what is needed to find, and it will accept when there is a mistake or a problem. I want to really make a big buzz out of it, because it doesn't need votes, it doesn't need likes, it doesn't need external power to, because it is already what it is. It has already succumbed all its levels of being, is to understand what is what without having to think too much about it, and just kind of like floating with it, right? or dancing with it is another. Uh, so the majority of this world doesn't exist like that because they're just still learning. So it needs certainty. It needs to be assured. Of course, I'm not going to give my work for free. Have that for certain. I can guarantee you that it will never happen like that. Yes? So you know that for certain, right? Meanwhile, if you pretend that you're going to use me as if I'm one of your cards, you're wrong because I'm here sharing to you something that you do not have. You have other potentials and powers. So, unfortunately, God hasn't given us all the powers in this world. So, we have to relate with each other. Like it or not, people who are worthless might have a lot of power in the that are just there for decoration, to be in the cover of a magazine, to be there posing as if they are better. Meanwhile, it could be the reason of destruction of everything that's been done through centuries of war and devotion and surrendering and truthfulness and beyond oneself, just because of a piece of shit middle ranger that's obstructing your creativity. You could think better without that trash. For the sakes of humanity, for the sakes of your own family. Gosh, like really. All your family. What is this? My God, like really. But there is something for you to learn there because we always learn from the interpretation of what we are, but it comes in a magnum, exaggerative. And then you can see what you are as well with that. Because you are not only influenced by that, you also have that. You were not born with that for that. In the contrary. So you can look at the past of your history, what brought you there, as if you're from China. All these traits are part of China. The communists, the emperors, all their enlightened masters, your descendants, also in behalf of the people of the world. So we could start interacting already after all these cookies and regulations are done from the differences which separate us. Yeah? So I am this, I'm not that, I don't like transsexuals, I don't like rapists, raping people in government, raping children, babies, toddlers. I don't want any kind of person, father, man, no one, or prostitute wives giving their children away because they need a social status as a wife to be protected from other predators, because otherwise they will be judged as crazy or wanna be something they are not. Yes, they will have then woman and man fighting against them, right? Or we move on to 2024, getting ready with this that it already exists. You just have to see it by becoming a witness. That's all. You know how many you are. You know whom are you dealing with. You know whom you chose. All right, United States, United Kingdom, and China. And there you have the umbrella of Europe with the United Kingdom. So South America could have been advanced as North America, but we have a lot of thievery and pirates. we had to deal with the thieves and liars of the pirates. Not only from the first day we stepped there, later they, but all the lies that have been done until today. Yeah. That which they will continue. And this is a tendency of the fakery, bullshit. I don't like. I can also put all that. What is gonna help me? What is it gonna help me right now? Is that the status I want? No. In the contrary, I'm here to destroy that. So people can see you as you are really. And you need to be spontaneous wherever you are. You need to follow that you know that is unknown that you know, because you have been there so many times, more or less. Another year, another century, another millennium. It is still the laws from 3,000 years ago that you read in the book. So you've been there reading these books. You can go back to the pages and say, I keep this for me. I will keep not just this in the 3,000 years, but I will fight for it so it keeps on. Yeah. I might be part of a New Testament and I could testify and I could test what is it and be part of my culture to bring the best heads. So we write our part, as other cultures might write their part, but I'm never going to give my Jesus consciousness away. As some others will never give their Buddhist, because if you put me to take one, I will take the one of the Christian consciousness. But as a scientific form of conscious evolution, Osho, my master in India, could have taught me everything against the Christians. And look, I was from 13 years old, 14, 15, 17 years old. Blah, 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 blah. I went 5 times to India, stay 6 months, 1 year, so and so all the time. Never went there for a weekend or 3 days, okay? I bathed fully into meditation. But I never was I was never like, you are misunderstanding the work of the monks and the nuns, not only of Jesus, but you do not have the compassion to give yourself beyond. Yeah. I can be 13, I can be a little kid. I could remember my past lives or not. But you have the most beautiful people here. Your ashram has become so delightful thanks to all the devotion and donations from the Western, Christian, and Jewish background. So, why? Because the material world is also spiritual. The marketplace is also turned into a sacredness. I could be celibate for 7, 8 years. I could be celibate 3 years, 4 years, go into the depths. And I could have other parts in my life that could tell me, this is a time for this. It's okay. I have my boundaries. I have my associations within the right place and time with the right people. So, and it is just for this. So, and I can be myself in these ways. You cannot be disattached if you have a family and a wife or husband to attain. You cannot go and serve in Africa. You cannot go and serve in this Muslim neighborhood, which I study for it. I study for 3 years, which would be the immigrant neighborhoods from the 50-something boroughs in London when I was a nanny governess. I started to become an anti-governess because when I put my boundaries to attain, discover a silhouette as such, to go through these realms. So this is found and known with the Buddhist gods, with the Chinese gods, the Hindu gods. They change and shift shape to go through, to move through certain realms. Zeus too in Greek mythology. Loki as well from the Nordic gods. Maybe they copied that, but because it's not that you are lying or being mischievous, as they depict Loki from the Nordic gods. There is a god of illusion as well. Where he's a god of the giant. So in a mortal mind, you could never understand the Titan gods, the gods of the giants, the gods of nature. The Chinese study nature in the Feng Shui and the changes of nature, the curvulent changes of nature, how generous could be, and the punctuation forms of nature, how aggressive or punct- punctu- punctuating to depending of what it is. So these are boundaries that form the self as we know and what we belong. So as soon as possible, when they get these cookies done from country to country, and who are the main investors to get the piece of the cake, and I don't want to be talking here at all. I just want my percentage. I want to be with my children. I have nightmares with dreams of love, and then nightmare there. So uh, uh, I have my world split apart thanks to all this mediocrity. Suspicious of authority. The positive side that is frank, they're not being they're not going to bow to anyone. No, appearance and reality are two very different things. On the negative part, could turn their fire on you. At times, you find yourself developing a sneaking sympathy for the powerful, the enemy, it says, who can be quite that bad. Mm, That's, for example, Elon Musk. Elon Musk has relations with authority all the time. He's very good at it. Yeah. But at the same time, he's dare and take. It makes him funny. Obviously beautiful. I'm not going to read the opposite card. Obviously beautiful. Positive, great to look at. Invited to everything since they were 12. The social confidence and presence. I have been that all my life. And sometimes I dress really bad just to call for attention because anything beautiful is just part of the normal. The negative, possible vanity, higher risk someone might nick them, a long way to fall, very nervy about signs of aging, distant from sorrows of the ugly, overarcher, overachiever, positive, exciting to follow in their wake. You share their glory, never get under your feet. Always out of the house crisply. Negative. You'll take a back seat. Will always prioritize career over personal life. On the phone a lot on holiday. Technophiliac. Positive. Always showing your interest, new things. Enthusiastic about the future as the Tories. Because the Labour Party has no idea what's going on. Thanks God. They would destroy it. Good at managing payment plans. It would be nice the Labour Party is happy for United Kingdom, being part of United Kingdom. They should all go to another country to teach what's supposedly democracy. Maybe they learn from it and create another Labour Party here. Negative. It's tiring to listen to so much negativity when other countries would like to know what are they talking about so bad with envious eyes. What a cool parliament they have. Negative. Overimpressed by a new phone, special kind of watch. Talk about it endlessly. You never have their full attention. Unduly exercised by downloading times. It's always talking about what is tendency that no one has or no one is doing, right? I keep these ones here because I like them. So, where we go? When I role play, that is not a book or a movie that you go to watch. Yes, I'm not gonna tell what I have for you that you have to put my percentage. I am open to talk, not like this. I'm open to talk. If you don't accept my 7%, and I want part of this 7% to go to the Catholic Church and the religions that have formed already part of their society. Yeah, there might be other religions that are might not be acceptable, but I also like to honor the shamans from the Native Americans, Siberia, the shamans from Africa, um, and anyone who wants to make their own beautiful world, because we cannot mix things really. Yeah, we cannot mix things. um, you could do meditation. It helps to do meditation with therapy groups, just to understand how we operate with our minds and body. It's not a technological thing that you're going to get with drugs and overworking. So when I role play, normally I have a Mac Pro as always, and I can move my computer around, go to the many places to be inspired, to get out of myself. And within the computer, I have many browsers, right? To be able to play characters at the same time. You cannot do that unless you're doing it, right? There is so much to give that I have. This is what angers me. It is not uncertainty. I know how slow, and this could have be already working, at least with a few. Yeah, with the scientist, the psychiatrist, Jordan Peterson, just to be able to talk about it from the imaginary world to reality. What can it help? What can affect? But this is not to get views in YouTube. It's gonna get stolen. It's gonna be copied until all the countries in the world are part of it, especially China, because China is one of the most powerful in the world. And China has all the republics and countries who don't want to be part of any form of imperialism and any form of force, any form of war that is going to keep advancing as it has done in the future. So we need to moderate ourselves to be able to move simultaneously for the best needed causes. And we have billions of people that are homeless in the world who need to work and a better life. So I don't know what the fuck are you waiting. When I role play, I have my computer and I have my boundaries. For example, I'm going to talk about boundaries and the walls, what separates, right? Let's say I normally would just travel with a notebook a year. Every year I would have a notebook that's the size of a passport because I would be traveling with all my passwords for each character, etc., etc. I'm not going to share everything, so fuck off. Go to your wife so she sucks your dick and your clean ass. And all your workers, but you're never going to get this unless you pay for it, all right? And don't confuse that this is not about sex or procreating or sustaining you. So, these are boundaries, for example. There's a group of characters that belong to Olympus. Yeah? In Greek mythology, not all belong to Olympus, right? So, I will have this around me to be able to move faster. Everything that I would work for in my role plays is to move faster. I cannot role play, not just because I have too many hackers. So, for example, you might have those who are in Olympus or those who have connection to Olympus. For example, the Oracle of Delphi, which is a high priestess. I have put certain, like Metatron, Archangel Metatron, but I have not put it because it belongs to. I told my friend, okay, let's build a biblical verse. So what happens is Metatron is not in the Bible, is not in the Old Testament, is not in the New Testament. Is an angel that is. It used to be Enoch, and it transformed, and he walked itself to heaven, and became. But in the Muslim world is another face of the many faces of God. One of the many names of God is also God Himself. Others say Son Michael is a scriven of God, is the work of God, but is also the one that cleans heaven. It maintains a heavenly state. Metatron. So, because it is Olympus, it's not a character that I always have there because it belongs to that verse. Yeah? So it could have an apparition as if it's there, but the verb doesn't signify that it's always there. He's not going to go there and say, oh, I'm tired of listening to this story, blah, blah, blah. It is a state of character that's been always there through aeons times and does not need to impose itself because it's been there before the Greek gods, right? So it has this hierarchical order. Olympus is known to be the heavenly earth. So in the Bible, the purgatory was created later as a mountain by St. Patrick. And later on came Dante's path, Dante Alighieri. and he created the Divine Comedy. So there has been works of art from not only them, but thousands and thousands of people. There's William Blake and so many others. And there are more, right? So then you have the cosmic gods, or characters that belong to, for example, Star Wars. Yeah, but I didn't put the Star Wars as fiction here. That's something I wanted to do in the future. So you are sometimes studying these characters, but not really into full storyline. They're not full in action because it's still under development. I created so many tendencies, having a character under construction. So, because these millennials with crystal meth would just make coding characters just from copying information from internet and just copying everyone's avatar, just destroying all the tissue of reality, basically. And they would just think that's just they already got a character without going deep into studying character, which can take from 3 months to 6 months to 3 years. Just go on there, like, yeah, right. And because of the crystal meth, they produce characters and characters and characters, and they have many characters they cannot maintain. And to the creative mind who starts to get excited with the freedom of creation they have, suddenly they have, and we also had this venture to think we have unlimited power to create. So then you realize that you don't have enough time to maintain all these stories if you keep creating, right? So I created other modalities for that I won't share. So agents, the agents are from many verses as well. Normally the agents are always in present time. Yeah, even if they come from the future or the past. When they come from the past, they are gods. That they are agents. They look like mortals. They can be spies. They can just be working for any. They can be peasants. They can be animals. It can be a yellow canary, a bird. Just to if it comes back alive, let's go. So, well, agents like Miss Moneypenny, Irina Spalko from Russia, but she works for the military, so she doesn't talk like a spies do, which is very different. She's always under in character as a Russian for Russia. But I put it on agent because um, this character was hacked. Dum Dum was taken from the World War II generation with other characters as Captain America, and originally Dum is British or Irish British. He's like red hair, and well, on and on. Agents on undercover work is one of the they make stories roll, like, because they have to cross boundaries. Yeah, and normal people could never do that, not because they're not evolved, but because they have sometimes to sustain the role, and the role is very meaningful as well. In fantasy storyline, right? Fantasy storyline. I'm talking about fiction. And when I have sent my work to Bill Gates, sometimes I repent I should have sent it to China. I still could. Can always flip, right? Because this world is rounded. So as long as it comes together. So I have the characters here of the Nordic gods. You cannot see them, but they're here, right in here. You have the Tolkien. You have characters from J.K. Rowling, from the Wizardly World, from Shakespeare, Ophelia, and representative of the Nordic, not Mediterranean, no. So they wanted to push for Native American characters, from Asian characters. That no, we still have to fix our internal problems. Yeah, because these new players cannot understand that they're 5, 7 years. I never say how many years I am playing because it's part of. I said it once after so many years. So it shrank down like, oh, because it's been shouting for 7 years. I'm here for 3 years. Like, who do you think you are? I'm here for 5 years. Who do you think you are? I'm here for 7. Because the old players will laugh. Yeah, we never really tell how many years we are role playing. Yeah, it's like, yeah, right. Because they feel omnipotent. They create all these things and are like a middle ranger who suddenly he becomes a royal because he married someone with so much power. Like, yeah, right, yeah, just keep walking. Boundaries. Some role players have already set their mind to have these stories not only in the present, in the next 3 months and years. So I didn't delete this 2 years and a half. So this is part of the rules of role play, but here I have the movement of my story through all my verses. So as you can see, they are boundaries, right? That's Lorien, which is Lothlorien is a group within the Tolkien verse. The Tolkien verse is of the Lords of the Ring. But the Lords of the Ring is only 3 books. There are more. The Silmarillion, more before creation. Very beautiful. So that is just Lorien, Lothlorien group of elves. They're like the highest class of all, right? These stories were dedicated for nature, which I was working for in real life for nature, so it would inspire me as well for my because it was very tedious to push for the trial in McDonald's and so I would just go and refresh my mind and write from the elves in the perspective of nature and and to see how is it going to interplay so the next generations mix with the human race so they become better. but they would lose their ethereal form of being, and eventually they retrieve to go back to where they came from. In the fantasy world, which is not real, all right? And then I will have this huge court case for McDonald's to do as they say in the book. I still have that word on waiting. Destroying the Amazon. They could do so much better with the human interaction to educate people to recycle with my method for McDonald's. But I am here with nothing. This is my reality. And in reality, as in role play, some rules are shared as to not auto-stage. Whatever I know, I'm not going to talk about it because I don't have the license to talk in the private about it. Yes? And have some modesty apart. So this is a group of the haste, and then it's Hydra and Shield. So Hydra and Shield are two sides of the government that the government has. And it also has to understand, because the old ways are transforming into better, and the new ways don't know the ways of the old ways, which are not so bad. So there is a relationship within each government, not just the agents and the the innovative industry. But if you use it as an adjective, instead of being so objective, forget about it. Forget about being subjective. This is about being adjective. So you say innovational reunion. Yes? Because there you are inviting everyone is part of this. They are added. That's what an artist does. Is inviting you to feel through the senses as part of that scenario. They're participant or being witness as creators. In the world we're moving in right now, there is a little bit more like that, at least for the 30% now. Hopefully sometime soon. So yes, you have the Harry Potter verse here, all this, the intermingle, but it's a different verse. They can appear or have certain position, but it does not belong to the Harry Potter verse. Yeah, they might have a function, but it's normally they have been trapped there to, and they are as an anomaly. They are not. They don't own their stage. Each verse has its own walls and limitation, and one has to understand that a character that could be relatable to that scene through the times, but is not part of that scenario, he does not have the authority there to talk as such. So, for whatever reason, that it is, all right? Unless it is what it is. It is what it is. So, we were going, but then the coronavirus and the lockdown came, so we didn't do a haste, right? We didn't do a haste, and I said we're going to stop any stories that are confrontational. Well, there is more there. So these were in a consecutive order what I was programmed to do with all the storylines, and I don't direct directly, but with my other friends who we relate to in other ways. So, and other minds as well. So it depends. It's always depends. Each season changes. It's never been the same for 19 years. Been too many stories with the role players. There was Russia, China undercover, because the characters here, and I said we need to. This was before this war. So we need to split players in China and Russia. We cannot have the same players role playing both characters, right? So we can have a more concisive notion to oppose what is different from one another. Yeah. But I had this person who's been always destroying, always trying, bullying, harassing, and trying to destroy. So I had to move in other ways. So we moved through the she made 1,000 million league. She will make 6 Black Widows a day to take my character away, like a psycho for 3 years. I was just and Olympus, and then just there is a cut here. The agents I made for the wizardly world. I made scientist agents, but those I think are the ones who study quantum science, meditation, mind, and mediate values. Yeah, in a reasonable way, because they have different ways of talking in different scenarios. There are different kind of agents because I have tried to innovate storylines, so we are differentiating one part of the story that's giving, and one part that divides from what we are doing. Yeah. So there will be the ones who follow the story and the other ones who keep the characteristic keys to open with the traits that are done already there to create a new passage. So that's already a wall you're creating. These other characters cannot do what you're doing unless they cross over. And for the sequence, you need that story. People are very always on stage. I wanted to auto stage you. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to project. People forget the transition, the sequence, the passage all the time. So they're constantly in this neurosis of publicity, auto staging. So people follow, give them energy. So it's not much energy rotating because this energy needs to rotate to all these other forces who are not living as human beings should, and creating not just things but their basic rights. I have my rights to fight for intellectual rights, my human rights for my family, as for myself, because they depend on me as well. Yeah, I will never be subjugated by any form of belief or weight while I'm in hunger, while I could be about to die. Yeah, societal thoughts. What are you gonna do in this form of relation is completely unacceptable. So one has to understand as well that is science fiction. You're entering into cosmic cartoons, cosmic characters. Is science fiction. It's fiction. It doesn't exist. Even a wizardly, even in a mediator, there is a wizard or thinks to be a wizard is more real than a science fiction because it's working with the values of today that exist today. You can think from the future as a futuristic form of intelligence, but where is the belief that you're gonna get there just like that by making posts of memes? Yeah, great. I mean, I would be posting memes. I'm against memes. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do memes. But I did it for the storyline. Great. There is a verse of the memes. Yeah, people can have fun and they need to stress out with just the meme. That's cool. Some memes are fun and others are just. I'm gonna read a little bit about this book that's called The Waiting Game. Don't believe in how people dress, because you will fool yourself if you keep with that. Certain people out in the light of adversity, in the light of the arts of attraction and rejection, yeah, need to create that glimpse of light that can burn too many when it's real. So you can use anything that could sustain you as a baton, as a stick. It doesn't mean it's your own equilibrium and balance in your own totality. Was it? Okay, that's not the page. So normally I open randomly, but I opened this randomly before starting this video, and this was the funny paragraph. I think it's this one. He was standing near a window, his lean frame a dark silhouette amid the various dark shapes of the living room. She knew he was watching her. Also, his silvered eyes were lost in pools of shadow. So, well, here is talking about a window. A window can be also a wall, part of the wall. It could be open or closed, right? A door, a gate. It's also part of a wall and a boundary. From the window, you can see, but you cannot pass through. It's like just a distant connection, right? And is a defined separation. as such. So, and there you have the living room as well, which is bringing the division part of the house where it sets her. And it remarks shadow, dark, amid the dark shapes, dark silhouette, pools of shadow, lost in pools of shadow. So this is being repetitive 3 times in 3 sentences and a half. So they both know of their existence. That only tells you already a lot from the elements that are brought. Some characters have a lot of like, characters who are masculine, and characters of action, and characters of ultimate power. Yeah, not like philosophers and all this labyrinth minded, uh, going around and creating more to you make the problem and make the solution and all this labyrinth thing, the rat race as well. So it could be very argumentative and could be very sophisticated or us not, but it's not bringing any context to its own. It's still innocent in the mind, lost there. And these characters that have a higher authority, they do not speak as much when they come to the air. So when one is role playing them, you could only read the scenario, the silhouette, all the covers, the walls. You can talk about what's in the wall. It's already a lot to say. It's not the same as a painting is hanging in the wall, or if it's full of dust in the floor. When there are nails in the wall, or it's a form of there is a flag, you're living there. The person has marked its place. There are things in the floor, like this place that cannot have shelves, is because I am new here. And I don't feel grounded as is. I want to invest to put shelves there. I might be zigzagging about it. So it's a temporary place. Could be. It's not a place for my children. Or to say, I don't want my children to go to a school nearby to be bullied and learn from bullying from the teachers and many of the students. They think they're cool, trashing the floor, uh, um, and it's sometimes in one side it is happy to see them here, um, feeling special, and they are being together from different parts of the world. Another side is sad because many fat, very fat. The parents don't put them. They don't prepare them nice to go to school. They just drag them. They're not. Yeah, they don't have the ritual to go outside and shine. They don't walk out like they are ready to go and they are feel triumphant to make a good day. They don't have that ritual. They don't have the grooming to the love and caring and discipline, preparation in the mind, in the physical, in the cover, in the silhouette, in the ego system. They come from very poor Arabic, African, the lowest countries of Europe, and some of us get stuck here for whatever reason, by choice or not. So next week, the word of the week is going to be troubling. Trouble could be problem. I'm doing this because it's fun. I hope it serves the pleasure to this prayer. It's a form of prayer. So, but it was interesting in the news to see the slavery system when they were talking about immigrants coming here and being sold sexually, and what happens in the United States as well, and how women fall into prostitution. So, working with Tantra, I have freed a lot of people from prostitution. So, I consider myself undercover. I will work in my own way, by my own direction. And nobody has told me to do this but myself. But I can say and report many things, of course. It is funny to see Tete or Tate, this guy in Romania, being in jail. But I have seen men drugging girls. Drugging, yeah, they're gonna take drugs, they're gonna make a lot of money, luring them. They first start as a boyfriend, they're underage. So parents are responsible as well. Who are the parents? So it's a runaway. Why this child is not being put as missing by the parents? So the parents are responsible. Immigrant parents, or they've been kidnapped. So then you have different sources. Yeah. But for example, this girl Virginia that worked for Epstein, no Epstein, no the other one. She went herself to New York, and her parents should go to jail if they didn't report her as missing by law, because they have not been taking care of her daughter until she was 18. In the prostitution, that should have some laws to protect these things, because not every household looks at the age. Yeah, most do, because they don't want problems with the police. It is illegal, but it's kind of legal. So they all check ID and passport because they don't want problems with the police. All right. They deal with a lot of money. It takes a lot of power to rent a place, a lot of power brain, because you cannot just rent any place. Yeah. Because you're going to perform an illegal work, but at the same time, not call for the attention of neighbors, of anyone around you. So it takes a lot of work to pick up a place where no one is going to report to you or record you or follow you to cause you problems to close your business, because it takes a lot of investment to open up one of these places, for example. Now, what is the problem? They actually follow a certain law that is not in the book, but the police respects as well. That is not underage. It's like there is a gray areas there. Yeah. But you might also find illegalities, especially among immigrants and abusers of the lowest source, because it's very different. But still, within these realms, there are as many freedoms as many sickness going on, and they do pervert sexuality, and they do not treat it as sacred. So it is normal that all these men are going to hate women later. Yeah. And there are many men that cannot be with a relationship because women want a boyfriend and to get married. So they don't want a broken heart. They want to be ambitious, to pursue their career, their studies, and they invest a lot of money in that. But then they have these problems when they're going to interact with women because they only go to prostitutes. Yeah. And they might have a lot of money, but they do not understand. They finish fast, they're abused, because all this is not regulated. I've taken a lot of people out of that. Addictive clients to sex, I've taken them out. And women, I've taken them out of drugs, because many enter it there. And then they got out of the boyfriend, and then they make their own, but they're still addicted to heroin, but they're working for their own. I mean, some evolve and some they just work for the drug. Some work for their studies, some never get undressed, a few. So in the world of Tantra, that was my name, Tantra. I work to be present for the senses. And I have infinite techniques to do as to not do. Learn from, since I was a virgin, that I read this book. We were camping about two brothers who were sexologists and created this form. So I was 14 years old, was still a virgin. I had seen many teenagers. I was the only virgin in this hippie rich world my mother took us in India and boarding school. And I was against all these premature teenagers having relationship. And I would say, you're not mature yet. So, but this in my own mind, you're not mature. Plus, why are you gonna have a boyfriend in India or in boarding school if you're not going to have your privacy, you're not going to have your stable, and what are you gonna learn from another kid? Also, this is I don't know. I never understood what is the it didn't, in my mind it didn't work. So this was the only time in my life that I was, well, besides internet, being bullied in the boarding school by a few, not all, but a few, um, because I didn't want to follow the crew. Yeah. Um, when I read this book, I thought I want to do this. Yeah, because I know that people fall into desire without any consciousness at all. And I had no consciousness at all of was having sex. No consciousness, no experience, nothing. So in the future, I want to write about it. In the future, I thought when I'm old and I have enough wrinkles to authorize myself and be an author of a book. Because I say I have 4 books in mind, and this will be the 4th, but this will be the first one and only that will be edited. But I don't want trees to fall down because I'm editing books. My work is not for the average person as well. So it has too much material to construct with. So that is beyond my boundaries. In the world of Tantra, celibacy exists in its 3rd stage. The 3 stages of Tantra are not followed as most of religions do, that have a 1, 2, 3, and they follow up to a hierarchy. Yeah, like university, you have this year, this degree, this other one, this. You become a novice, a nun, and this and that. And maybe one day you become the Pope if you are a man. Until 2023, it's okay. If you want to serve as a nun all your life or be a superior mother, whatever fits your habit, go for it. When I was a child, I wanted to be a nun, a detective, and an astronaut. So I think by diving into virtual reality, I became an astronaut, but I've been always kind of like a nun. Even doing Tantra, I was a spiritual monk of the tantrics. But Tantra has never existed really is when the tantric rags existed. Because they were slaves who married 300 women. And no woman would like to, once again, I say, be married to that. Like if you give them the freedom, say, no, thank you. So if you're going to put the family and this because if you put family scheme, you will probably have predators who will abuse women and children and create more wars and underline their talk so they keep on power and they produce more children for their own beliefs. Yeah? So keep that if you want in order. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. If humanity has the freedom to make love with whomever it wants because it's in love, and you can be decades if you want all your life with that person, but not because society is going to take away, you're going to take away your points. What kind of love is that? It is natural that perversion is going to grow out of it because sexuality has a flame of its own that's biological. So it's going to go or this way, or as gays, or for children, and you cannot be fighting that. Celibacy has to be natural. You have the right to divorce and be alone and be celibate and burn within and reach a climax with God or enlightenment or peacefulness, however you like to call it. But in that communion with existence and your reality, you move on. Not because of your social status or what people are gonna say. Because you're a person of your own authority, right? But what if you are a man or a woman? Why would that change Of course, children should be with women because man have never been with children. Yeah, so misunderstand what is love about. And it is not necessarily to think that is an illusion that, oh, a child is being raped. Oh, that's an illusion. There is no suffering. Suffering is an illusion. No, no. There's no need to. There's no need to. You don't need to go and look for a smaller hole that looks more innocent. Will understand you as if you're a god. That's all you need. Go and explore the world. Go all wild. That's much better. It's healthier. Because we are animals. We humans are animals. It's been too much civilized orders and doctrines and crosses. And then celibacy turns purer. It is pure. Or if you want to be with a person, because the generosity that you have. But I don't want to share myself with not having the money and profit of my own work because it's been stolen. Yeah? I don't feel sex appeal. Yeah? I'm not in my power to create my scenario, to massage myself, to put the energy that I like because I'm in the authority with the material world of my existence to do sport or dance or be in communion with my body as well, not just only mind before meeting another person, because I do need from the material world of my own work. I don't want to be part of any relation if I don't have any material from my own work because it's been stolen by men. And probably women that work for men as well. It's like, yeah, honey, go, fuck her off because I belong to you. Yes, promote me because I suck your dick. I am good. I am good. Yes, go. There you go. 2022, 2023. This is my work. Whatever. You look at me. So then you can have a little bit of universal understanding to say, oh, that woman loves him for who I am, not because of my possessions. She's not a bitch because you've been relating all your life, creating prostitutes. Even your wife is a prostitute, the worst of all, selling herself for that. Yes, because he's cutting your wings to love her in higher dimensions. Because you cannot hate all the women in this world, so you love your wife. Yeah? You cannot be shitting every day on woman or any woman because you hate your wife underneath it all and you want to prove yourself that you are loyal and love your wife to maintain that relation another day. This is what marriage is, ladies and gentlemen. And let's go there and show off. All this for decorum. Because there have been so many wars fought. But if you live in a wealthy society where people pay you for your work and intellectual rights and everything your families and ancestors have worked and fought for, so you have your freedom of creation, then bingo, I got it. Yes, we can have so much creation just by that, right? by giving a chain of royalties to all these creative minds. The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. Because women give birth, they know more about the mysterious. Because women have to protect themselves from the horrors of savage men who invest in war and abuse on top of others, and like anal sex, and fight to be the strongest, and will be capable of cheating and lying and twisting to make themselves superior. And they all do that. This is why the disgrace of the miseries that we have exist until today. And they want to be certain that they are in control. So all this is the opposite of what's coming, which is the arts and science together, blending. Because you have to move into that mystery of life, which you kind of know and not know at the same time. Because you are creating. In that form of creation, death exists. Anything that is related to the unknown, not only mythology or fantasy, but in the real life, it is related to death. Because you have to live the past in order to be present. Just to be present. I'm not saying the future, because the future, yeah, you could have been there in the future and come back. Oh, what's an idea? Now, from your own, what it is yours to conduct, that is of yours. Yeah, only you know, right? That is of yours, and we are all here to support that. So this is another. I have these other ones that are red. All red, which is because they are all this each one is part of a movement of the zigzag. Yeah, in role play we're constantly doing zigzag. Yeah, it's not like, yeah, all linear. Yeah, this is a role play that has multiple characters from multiple groups and have multiple relations. So even if some have a global understanding from all the years they have, sometimes they have new players that are starting to seem to be against you when you have created all this, right? Of course, they can understand the older generation. But thanks to the older generation, we have what we have today. When I look at King Charles, when I look at Joe Biden, these characters, oh, the ones of the forum, whatever, my mother, my father, rest in peace. They all belong to a generation we need to return to honor. That was not a quantum step, but a quantum jump. Sponsored by their parents who were coming out from dictators and all these extreme dictators everywhere, dictators of every extreme of belief. So they wanted their children to be free. So they did everything free. And we're coming from a second generation that is asking for freedom, but we've been locked down. We've been in a computer, internet for strongly for this last decade, strongly. And we all wanted to disappear there, to running away from our past. Well, I said, Mother, Everyone is in internet now equally around the world, knowing what others people are doing, what is there. But at the same time, it's like we want to forget who we are. At some time, we'll come back to our origin and celebrate it. But we have to distinguish very well that we are not Muslim society. Yeah, there is a big difference. Yes, I cannot walk naked in Ibiza as if I am in Amman, Jordan, in a beach there. Not even down there in Algeria. No, yeah, not even in United States you can walk naked in a beach because they are crazy, perverted, frustrated. They think to be the new world when they come of Europe, like things like that, right? And they might have a faster potential to move towards making things together without so much uh, protocols, because that's what Americans are. Americans are action. Yeah, you don't see them talking over and over and it. So yeah, okay, let's do it, and they're already doing it. They don't care who is the uh, who is the author, because in Europe we have the connotation from all our ancestors and beyond. America became what it is because the Native Americans had another culture of being. So here people had to prove who had the authority over something to do something. So there was a lot of debate, protocol, many forks, knives, how tall are your wig, so many people to make your dress, and then how many centuries. So there was a lot of protocol on this. Welcome this sentence. You just don't go there and do things with people, right? And you have to be talked over, and people would fight around it because no, and yes, and no, 10 no's to do something, probably 15 no's or 7 years, and no, and don't do this book. Then you think again, go to Vienna to submit yourself rigorously just to write this idea, but in another way. Yeah, it was not just like that. Europe is not like, this is why Europe has not innovated technologically so fast as America did, because they're full of action. They jump. It's not that they jump all the protocols. They have no protocols. They were running away from all these protocols. Yeah, and covet, decorums, red tape. So this is a movement that is just when in the zigzag that you could tell me what it is. Yeah, a movement or station, because there is in role play you have three. Is a dance. So if you have two that are yes, positive, probably the third is going to be go. If you have two that are no, or the first is no, you're probably going to have the rest no. If you have a yes and a no, it's going to be a little more friendly to see if this one is going to be yes or no. So there is a mathematic there that can zigzag forever. It can go down straight like that, or get a certain equilibrium to maintain another stage that's coming forward. Rampages. Suspicious could be not good. So it's a unsettled, unsettled, unsettling. Are you uncertain? Mm. Uncertainty is not being uncertain as such. Look at the word, all right? So It's like innovational, that is an adjective. Yeah? It's different connotation. Uncertain, you're saying already that you don't know, and that's it. But when you say you're moving through uncertainty, it's exciting. You kind of know you're moving through unknown territory, but you know, you're aware. Interference. Of course. Of course. How can you move when there is interference? How can you move forward when you have an interference? It is a very bad education when people interrupt, for example, or when they're having this interference. Or when in the storyline, you have is an interference for you, but it's not an interference for the other character because perhaps you are in between walls or realms or transactions. Contradiction. So you are in these stories and there is this contradiction. We need contradictions in storyline. I've always been part of promoting confrontation because then it's boring to role play. Well, I haven't come here to role play to have everything perfect. I do everything that in my real life. In my real life, I want things to be perfect, simple, yeah, and it's premeditated. I might not know until how long they're going to hire me. I know it's temporal. I might want to live there forever. But I know I have not worked all my life for that. So probably there will come a contradiction eventually, but it's natural. Yes. So in real life, we have to confront sometimes, depending which roles we have, all the capacities that we do have. Why? Why the most intelligent people or powerful have to confront what others can? Not all do that, of course. Not all do that. Inadequacies. Inadequacies. You don't like my English? Is it a thick English? Do you need a translation? Is it inadequate that somebody knows more than you and has been a creator over something that is perhaps for you as well? Would you like me to explain it in other words? Are you not understanding English? Where are you? Who do you think you are, by the way? It's quite inadequate, your inadequacies of how you're treating this treaty. So, more war, more blood. Inconsistencies. So, it is a setback here. So, it is suspicious as well. Yeah? Anyone would think I'm paranoid, but you're not going to enter into a terrain that you have all these tactics, they're tantalizing it, it's not, you're stepping on it, you're very solid, you're all together, but this is, you're not entering in solid terrain. You know very well you could lose. You could have all the money in the world, but you don't have enough men and women to fight for that land in Ukraine that's now Russian. That used to be Russian. It used to be from the royal family of the Romanov in Russia, from the emperors of Russia, it used to be. So we have here a lot of contradictions, isn't it? There are like too many inconsistencies from both sides. Yeah, so we're having these stories that are like, well, I don't know. Let's just keep talking about human rights. Maybe, in United Nations, maybe it happens. Yeah, 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 they're doing all these terrible things. Let's just pretend it's not us. Yes, yeah, the pay, yes, of course. But that's this is our job. We're gonna do this. Let's just pretend we don't know. Anyway, there are a lot of things we need to do, but nothing is going to happen if this war continues. And we don't need this war to make any multiverse, to open any supermarket, because there is no economical happy influence to trust in the field. Of course, good things are coming. Yes, thanks to people like me that exist. Thanks God, I belong to this human race. So, like, wait, but there is an inconsistency. She's telling us that we are animals, but also that we need to create a superior race. No, I didn't say superior. I said kind of like universal, you fucker. Did you understand that? Well, you need a translator. Well, in better words, yes, world order. There you go. Yeah, just move, yeah, and listen. You talk unrespectfully, you're gonna get fucked. But perhaps you need a fucked. Yes. Look at all these people just fucking without caring. It's like, yeah, we'll need more social workers. Yeah. Let's keep ruining society and put more social workers. No, mothers need to be with their children. They can work with their children. Yeah? So why do you need to pay all these social workers when mothers can get together and work with their children? When a baby is sleeping, you only take 3 hours to take care of the house, unless you have too many children. But if you put women together, and there can be they can have a husband or they cannot. Yeah. But they don't need to be fighting for the children. They don't need to go through dramas of divorce, fighting for the children. Yeah, men have rights as well, but be careful because you can have much more economy if women feel they have the authority over their money without the need of abuse from social workers, because social workers are the lowest class who get a work in government and because they need a security and they want to play power games over, and mothers shouldn't be vulnerable people. Yeah, we're vulnerable because you want that support to be above, because you don't even know what your dick is for. You wish in your own fantasies, but you're not like this. You're never gonna have goddesses, and you're never gonna become a god like that. Yeah? To dive into true, beautiful lovemaking when you're young, not when you're old. Because your body needs to breathe that when you are young and vital. You can do that as well when you're old, but I don't know. I haven't aged that much. That your body doesn't work as well. It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, just think about it. Don't believe in my jokes. Everything that I have said about sex, as I would say it, are is not true. They're stories. I make stories, so this is entertaining, but this is not my choice. That one might have done certain things or not. It doesn't mean that one is that. So celibacy is beautiful if you want to. When you want to have a child, or you give yourself to God as a priest or as a nun, whatever, you can have your relation or not. But when celibacy comes, you engage yourself to have this baby for a lifetime, and you commit yourself to be responsible. for your lifetime for this human being. In spirit and soul, body and mind. This baby inside of you that is forming. But when someone gives itself to God and gives a vow of poverty, surrenders, yeah, to God, to the beyond, and searching, which is something greater than you. You still hold to that string unknowingly. You know it's there. You are a witness. You are aware. It's been taken consciously. There is a certain celibacy many women have, and men still want sex. But when a mother is giving breast or is running after toddlers, a woman is not very sexually into it because it's having this angelical love that is more heavenly to nourish. It, the woman is in another plane. So this is why many men need to cheat, go out, or mistreat women. There is a high percentage of very high percentage that is not recorded, but even doctors and from the highest class are abused when they are pregnant, they have babies and toddlers. And most of murders are when they are on that stage. And you cannot change that, okay? You cannot obligate anyone. It's nature. The woman needs her energy for the baby. She has to do everything for this being that is incapable of doing. So it has another connection with the being. The father is not number one and is very tired. Doesn't have the time to become sexy and get a fetish night. It doesn't have all the energy to put on herself for a mature relationship that is based on basic instincts. Yeah, it's something humbles in. So not every man enters into the heart. Yeah, at least. And some could take from 4 years until they learn to dress, or 7 years. So women go very happily into a celibacy. And of course, they would love to have a partner, but they would rather have other mothers and friends. Because when you become a mother like that, you cannot have friends. Because who wants to be with you? Because you have these babies and toddlers. Even your family wants to use you to work for them for free. Because nobody wants you in this world. Even if you're rich. Unless you pay them. Of course, they will be there for dinner and that, a little time. That's it. That part of a true love transforms into another being. It transforms into another form of being that has multiplied away from you and is uncertain. But certainly you have it. You can't control that. So that should be sacred as raising children. Now we have to put them when they're 6 months alone. So the abandonment and the form of intelligence that a child needs with the connection of the mother, and the highest quality to mature from the gestation to be safe until it starts to speak 3. All that's been already corrupted. Or with nannies who don't give a fuck and they just say like, yeah, but it's not the connection. Yeah, so it's kind of the disassociated as if it's normal. All these are inconsistencies. So we're not very used to deal now with reality. We are walking with associated realities that this is another language and it's cool. No, it's not cool. You're losing a lot of time and energy, and these all other facts are not being synchronized around the world at once. Because it could have happened already, like 3 years ago. Now it's wars with wars, and people wounded, people with traumas. Nobody needs this. It's not only inconsistencies, but unnecessarily. Make sure you're being legit. I will not believe truth within lies, conspiracies. Now here you're killing and investing in money in other places, and then you're talking about benefits for the world, universal, a metaverse, and all the science fiction things, and financial forms. So you want to sell this and then advance, yeah? Who do you want to conquer in this way? That's over. It's outdated. Every one of these leaders around the world knows what you're doing. What you think is funny is not in the other side. It's not legit. It has no consistency. It has inconsistencies. Yeah? So you think that people are gonna go patient forever? Because that is the way of the white necks. Yeah? You keep a trial for 4 years and maybe you're just gonna the person gets totally destroyed and has no more budget. Well, vile. Vile. So you get a little bit of the string of that. All these inconsistencies, contradictions. So it's coming to the fore, right? It cannot melt and merge unless it's not coming to the fore. You may live in fear, or I don't need explanations. It's obvious. Desire. So, well, desire is not really what you're doing. Yeah. Another thing is to be consuming. Another thing is desire. Yeah. So, catch the difference there. You could have something within you that is longing because you had that information and you know what is that, and it's part of you, whatever it is in this world. Did you know that it exists? Because it is like you, even if you've never seen it in your culture or your family, you have that longing because you know, and certainly you know it exists. It's not that you have a desire because they are putting you this and that and you want to be something you're not. So, desire can be used in many ways. It can be beautiful to desire something, but you could be full of food and still be a gluttonous motherfucker, pink pig, wanting more because you're full of desire. So, desire has corruption, desire has a lot of problems with it. Desire has no measures, it has no settings, it has no good outcome, right? An intelligent person would rather have an orgasm that never stops. Is it in a state of desire? An orgasm that never stops in many forms and realms? Is it in control or is it flowing in the wave above? Not only flowing and surfing inside the wave, but also diving into it without drowning because he's aware. nothing wrong by swimming and diving within the waters. So you can have that longing to breathe again because you know what is to breathe. You need to breathe. You can live in an eternal breath. But that's something maybe for another life. Eternal breath is what you call for the lost souls in Greek mythology who are paying inside the waters of the river Styx of Greek mythology that is in the afterlife, because they didn't pay the ferryman Charon. They had to pay the coins to get in the ferry so they can go to their station without having these values that are not just economical, but to have done good to other people that give you a sacred ceremony to bury you. It's not about money. It's those values. It's not your status quo. They are kings in storyline, in the stories of they are among the lost souls. And the ferryman Charon is the god of greed, is the god of taxes. You don't pay him. He's the one who shows to not have pity over the lost souls because they had no values. That's where the word pity play has run wild, thanks to somebody, not me. But I created that word pity play because of playing Styx and Charon for 19 years. Been studying the same mythology all over and over again. It has been my main character. Then I moved to Nike, and then I moved to Daisy. But it's been studied over and over and over again. It's not that you have this person just like that. This person has the best of this world coming. I would never go and bring my work to a president or a dictator because it has no spiritual condescendence. I mean, in the good sense of the word. But there are other characters that have this connotation. A priest could understand it. Psychologists, psychiatrists could understand it, but they don't have the power between gods and mortals. So there you have it. This is the problem when you don't have these roles. So it's good to take that role that is at the same time spiritual, between the divine, between the supernatural. That's not a fantasy, but it has the art form outside the government, which through the arts that are all our forms of expression and have another form of truth and value as well, through other people as well. You get to that for everyone. You want something that is for everyone, you go to that person that can hold that power, right? But can understand that as well. It's not just a business. It's not just a scientific code or an architectural design. So your roles illicit. So your role playing with like, oh, this is it's kind of like illegal, don't you think? It's not acceptable by the academy. Oh, let's say thank you. That we're here together and we might make it legal, who knows, sometime. Just keep it there on gray areas and we'll be able to polish it a little bit here and there. Take like maybe 99% out of it and make it functional for the people, immoral. So I can't. So it's kind of like you are, it's immoral. So there are many gray areas. I have thought many times in role play, which is fiction, for gray areas. So, for example, you're doing a peace deal, but it's a gray area because we are in a new era with difficulties that have never been experienced or written before. So, it's not the way to do things. It's always been done this way, or because one loses. The every young man is so needed. If you see the future of these people in Russia, because there are many Russians who are going to die, and Russia needs their males. Women need their men. Their children need their men, whatever they are or not. These men have more power alive, and you will never be respected around the world if you kill these men. And women, some women that go there to fight as Ukrainians, because all the Ukrainians, they're gonna fight. How many are gonna be left over? Yeah, you have more Russians than Ukrainians, so is immoral. Are we gonna make a peace treaty after all these crimes, war crimes? It's immoral. Well, sometimes I'm like, I have to make the story. These people study for this. They cannot make the story. He said, I can do it. I can give you the story. The thing is that it has to come from your own enlightenment. Otherwise, you are another excrement of the past. You have to talk clear. So, yeah. What happens with people that are Catholic, apostolic? We can face evil as no other religion. A Buddhist will be there, putting itself on fire before facing true evil. And for that, you must know what is what. So, you must define a new realm and a new passage to free evil, because freeing evil is to bring it to consciousness. Not every Christian knows how to do that, of course. Jesus would know how to do that in the category of Jesus. So, how many people like Jesus we need to write this story? Yeah, not only me. That's the point. You have to come to the point of being a Jesus, because there's no other religion in this world that is going to come to a Christianhood, not even Osho, who's an enlightened master in India, and you feel that height of silence next to him, could bring you to write that story of a peace deal. Yeah, as part of the government, as part of understanding Jesus, even if you're Buddhist or Muslim or Orthodox Christian, to give your other check, to give a little step forward there. Go into your own health and rescue your past that you have murdered and buried. And bring the innocence and the beauty of your own nation up. every molecular trait that you have castrated, frustrated, aberrated, killed. That was the most beautiful kind of yours. However envious it was or misunderstood by those who killed them. And I'm talking here the monarchy of Russia, in the Empire of Russia, the monarchy of China, Buddhist masters, the true masters, not the monopolized masters. Yes? Because I like Albert Einstein, but I'm like, yeah, he's my favorite, but he was a prostitute. He sold himself to make his work happen. And he knew very well. Even though he made a compendium with the scientists around the world. No, you had to do that. If he had a copyright, this is what I'm fighting for. I'm not coming here to play Jesus or a Messias or a genius cerebral. No. I'm a real fuck. When I say I'm gonna fuck your mind, I really mean it. Because it is in that percentage where everything is going to start to roll and it cannot transgress. It's not going to become a nuclear bomb because now we have to work with a lot of role play as well in real life to mediate and learn how we are going to step by step and do all these nuclear bombs, submarines from all this wannabe in top of the world. Because you could be doing towns for homeless people right now in your own countries, Australia, United Kingdom, and United States, for example, with that. Yeah? And Russia and China, with the people that have in jail that are innocent. Put that energy there, please. But no, you know what is more important to what? What is more important right now? Villainous. Villain. To be a villain to your own people and others. Because no matter how much marketing you do, they know what you're doing. No one is stupid in this world. They can be frustrating and follow a fantasy that you sell. Because that's what you want. You want stupid people, don't you? But at the end, you're going to be surrounded by stupid people. So what's the point? Yeah? What is the point? Impure, disapprove, predestined to damnation. I didn't come for that, you know? I came here to celebrate and eat my piece of cake. And in the same way I do, so many are going to do it. And you can scramble in the floor and shout because you're superior and fight yourself. Well, do it. But it's going to be measured, or as much time you take to decide, it's going to be measured how stupid you are if you take longer, right? So what I'm here is I don't hear anything in my real life, in my stage. I'm not here to follow these associative languages. In the contrary, I have come here to define what is real from what is fantasy. I'm not here to condemn and judge people that have mental illness, that are hallucinating. No, I have come here to help create boundaries and definitions and understanding. They're not split personalities. You're not here to doctorate yourself above, because you're going to play that yourself in your own humanity, as Jesus would carry the cross and go down to hell. Because if you do have the power to transform, you would have done it already. Yes? And certainly, or not. Reprobate, scapegoat, out of, reprobate. Of course, you could never have a storyline with all these connotations. You just, log off, move into another character, be creative with, you could create all this and then just get off and then come back in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but you're not going to be in a line with all these words. But this is part of a zigzag. Yeah, this is part of a zigzag, however you want to see it, because there are many angles to stories in this world I'm speaking of. Call it universe, call it whatever you want, right? Reprobate, uniform, get off, past particle, disadvantage, insult, genetic insult. Because, for example, like, I don't feel insulted. It's their genetic insult, because I'm not related to that. Yeah, they are stuck in history books, unvirtuous, underhand, coarse, wrong, wrongful, wicked, evil, unprincipled, unprincipled, principled, something like that. You can tone that for me, but you know what I mean, right? If you need a translation to say it to others, as if you know, look, first of all, you don't speak two languages, so fuck off. Cultural decline. Corrupt. The world is going to save America from their own disgraces. You people are sick with so many drugs. Why do you need to take so much drugs? Have so many millions of people taking drugs in the street just so a few can be taking drugs. Make that legal. So people have measure. People can learn to have measure and study the natural chemicals in their brain with meditations. They are exercises. If you don't like meditations and the Buddhist and what do you call alternative medicine, alternative therapy, because it's not academic yet, it's not approved. Name it yourself, but it does not need translation, all right? It's been studied by thousands of years. Debauch, debauchery, dissolute, sick, dissipated. That's what stories do when they are not. Yeah, but I don't want to listen about Meghan Markle. It's like, poor girl. No one is perfect. Well, the tension, because it's all has to be just talk about dissonance, fraudulent, conniving, connive, give to the involved in conspiring to do something moral, illegal, or shut one's eyes to something one does not like but cannot help, harmful. That was for it. That is right. Is to say you're in a story, but you see one, just one is good enough, or two, but you have three moves. You can be writing paragraph in private messages. You can be writing in stream. You can be writing in bulletins, a bigger draft. There are many forms I'm not going to share with you because we are not in that stage. I'm welcome you too. All right? You want to get entitled? I will crown you for that. You have the position to do so. So I have promised you that I will find the key to unveil all these walls. But it's not meant to be a labyrinth. It is meant to set us apart, to discover or rediscover our own cultures, our own heritage, to value that beauty. And we might adopt something from others. But instead of seeing it as if it's something illicit, because God would kill us if we study another culture, consciously or subconsciously, we might see it as it's okay to try a dish from another country. Naturally, we'll always love our mother's country food, where we grew up with that food. Yeah, I grew up with international food, so I was the only girl in Spain who in her home, and would always go to restaurants every weekend. We had burger every other, so many, I don't know, my mother would calculate everything really. But so I love what I ate in my home, as it was more love because it was passed through generations. And that's the favorite of my father, so I love it. And my mother gave me this with so much love because it's her favorite as well. And the auntie and the grandmothers that made bread and pizza. So there's a particular strength that dominates my constitution. Uh, you know, I might love other dishes from around the world that I could eat every day, but nothing will taste as that I grew up with. Yeah, that's been passed through many generations because of the love involved as well. That rings through and makes it more perceptive to taste that, not just with an emotion and memory, but makes you special for whom you are, in the inside and the outside. So, well, we shouldn't relate like this. It's not the way. I think some people find it funny. I don't like to eat lentils. Think that I'm going to die every day. That I should just end this misery because I haven't give my oath of poverty. I knew I was gonna go through whatever it takes. But this is a humiliation because I have not been raised for this. I've been raised as a top of the top without being one, without having a palace or a castle, but I have been raised as the very top. And everyone should live like this, at least sometimes in their life or always. Treat one another with respect. So these are the walls what differentiates us. China is creating with a faster and concisive change, and it shouldn't be a competition really, but also a collaboration. When I say that in the finance, in the finance. Okay, there is the okay. You cannot say that the crypto money is going to be the future of the world because they don't care about taxes at all. They don't care about people at all. It's itself good for people who are like in the old times when this god doesn't work anymore. You just put a new god. You have faith in a new religion, in a new god, because everything is going so bad. That's why the Roman Empire later on became the Catholic, Apostolic, Roman, whatever. In Spanish flows easier. Roman Apostolic Christian. Yeah, but it was Jesus fighting against the Roman Empire. 500 years later, they had to make a business because it was going to fall. There you have a schizophrenic religion. Yeah, that might be of the best of this world, but yet is sadomasochist because there is no schizophrenia that doesn't have a masochist and a sadomasochist and a sadist and a victim. So the sadist is also suffering, but is in control and enjoys it because it's in control, because it was not in control before. All right, that's the Roman Empire. And Jesus had all this life career, but ended up in a sadomasochist ending. All right. So I don't have the Bible because of certain reasons in my house. Um, there are those who know the Bible better than me. I read the Bible here and there, sometimes in internet, here, there, whatever. Um, I just like a single prayer, and I believe that your own stories in the private, and that is which is religious, should be private, and sacred, which is private, is where privacy has to be fought, so it's sacred as well. And be in peace knowing that whatever we share is legal. We're not harming or doing bad to anyone. We're exploring those gray areas to prevent. You just don't go there with the metaverse and say, yeah, we're going to do this fantasy. Yeah. That's why I need to be there with my name and percentage. Because they're all going down to hell without knowing, just because you want to show off. Yeah, then we have the metaverse. I invented this and no one copied it. I just told you that no one can copy it when I gave you the method, not all the method. And that it needs to do negotiations among countries before putting it in the air to avoid more chaos. But no, there you go. You give to a little child a bag of candy, and what are they going to do? You're going to eat it all and get raped. Yeah. Well, I thought it was a good idea, and I am a top millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, quadrillionaire, and I have the inner circle of the world, and you are nothing. I'm not rape kill with a bag of candy. Well, I don't think the people like you around the world. Maybe a few cats who want to have money, but not because they really like you. They wanted to do a better world and be with better people that might know better about marketing, perhaps. But look, you want people who really love you, right? No, they're there for your candy, ready to be raped. So you can put and associate a little more the way you trust. Yes? So I say, I trust you. I did this wrong. That is why we're here. That's why we're Christians. I did this wrong. Sorry, I've been insulting you for the last year. Why? Because I'm here 2 years and a half. So 1 year I was waiting. I didn't send even another letter. Hey, what happened? No. No. I am a nobody. This person, of course, it has taken this route. Of course, I have thought about it for 3, 5 years. I'm not a person who is bringing a bomb, a war, haste. No, I'm bringing here beautiful work, piece of art. We could be talking in a better way if we treat each other better. But to pretend that you are better at taking from others what is not yours is never going to work as you wished. It cannot ripple. It can sink down as a rock. But that which is on the periphery is not the effect that drives you deep down. Because you could go to your highest potential. Every second and minute that you're losing in capital and effort and human energy that's stagnated. Oh, because good people will work and they will move into the light, and they're the ones who deserve to be alive. And they won't fight against or become a virus. They will probably die with these viruses. What about now? We can sell this because we're immune. No, you are in danger. Because the future is going to see you as a tyrant, great tyrant. The story can change and flip. You were giving this power, and what did you do? You can be forgiven 1 time, 2 times, and because for the benefit of the wall, what is the wall? Because again and again and again and again, they are walls of information forming. Even if everyone is, oh yeah, yeah, this is like, no, we're moving is yeah, and they, oh, just sorry, bye, because this has been prepared. It's already preparing. Yeah, it's not coming from me, but naturally. So waste your time by creating more nuclear, all of you, and kill yourselves. Russians, Americans, all the ones involved. If that's what you want. That is the story of who wants to be the owner of the metaverse. You cannot continue like this. You have to chop these aspects away. But the abuser will never retrieve because it has a power that thinks can have it all. He has many lovers also. Yeah, I can have them all. Yeah, it's gonna forgive me because I am the father. I'm the one that makes her feel privileged with the social status. And the kids too need a father there. And I can have whatever I want all the time. Yeah. And I always tell her that she's the best. That was just my wife. This is you don't know how your children gonna come out because one generation, the other generation, this other kid wanting to destroy your life because what happened with you because the world thinks this way and then you cannot even love whoever you want. Like, what is this? What kind of disassociation? Because this is when people understand what storylining is from multiple creators, because this is, you understand the story is coming like this and you are creating with the story this. Yeah, you're not changing the story, you're not corrupting the story. This has more to do with transparency. This has a lot to do with building reality, whatever is virtual reality or whatever is reality. And it's not of being obsessed with perfection, but being simple minded. Take it easy because there is so much more to do. You would be more excited if you take whole power into it and have fun. Have fun with it. Stop hiding your own joys. Oh no, no, it's just you are you coming here to please me? Well, it's just like please please me. It's wrong. I'm telling you, it's wrong. How can you open your senses with that to please yourself? When the word voluptuous has been castrated for over 2,000 years or 2,500 years, when they started to destroy the statues of naked gods, men and women. Voluptuous men, voluptuousness was a normal, common, popular word, that it didn't mean a voluptuous woman. Voluptuousness meant the power of pleasure through the senses. And it was very common to have it on celebrations, on creating, eating, cheering, dancing to the gods in Greece. And later, the Roman Empire, who was more serious, they started to reject parties. It already had a root from Greeks who started to destroy these statues. Female status and sexual organs. Yeah. So the power of the senses is not sexual only. Could be as a conductor, but it's a transmitter. It's our everything that is intelligence, not cleverness, intelligence. Everything that is intelligence is through the power of the senses. The space in between reason. A dyslexic could tell you clearly, yeah, it's not left brain or right brain or speedy brain. To see everything at the same time. Maybe you on that stage, maybe on that level or on that way of thinking, you might not be able to put straight directly. You have to force your mind and self to put that 9 straight, that 5 straight. Because from another dimension, you don't see it in that way. In this dimension, it splits, turns. is not linear, reasonable from your own only to your own. But we all have these parts in the mind. We all have these potentials. We all have the capacity to explore the differences within the constructs of our mind and psyche within ourselves. And those fears as well, because the fears are the ones who want to control and say, no, I want you to do a massage to me like this. I say, well, yeah, but like I study massage. So why are you going to enter into a conversation explaining how you do your work because you are the boss? It's like, well, it's just like you should have never even, because there are too many fears there to let go from that tension. Yeah. Of course, the professional massagist who has studied, there are many schools, so it differentiates from one another. It will never get to that level where it has to be questioned. So I don't want to be a mediator for anyone. I expect everyone to have their own intelligence and censoring through the uncertainty knowingly in that moment, because it's moment to moment to moment. You are entering into the uncertainty and becoming more aware and more aware. Your consciousness, you are going through the realm of unconsciousness, which is the uncertainty, with awareness, because you are watching. You're not criticizing in the critical mind, analyzing or judging. You are welcoming into the consciousness because you are aware of it without putting it in places. So just that recognition is good enough. Meanwhile, stop being double, because they will keep being double as well. So you're being nice but preparing for war. So they're being nice as well and also preparing for war. Cannot be as beauty as you think it is. And certainly, all the uncertainty is well noted and known as it is. The Chinese need to come out and the Russians to do mediations and talk from channels, TV channels, YouTube channels, TV channels, journalists, and artists to start to open up for this form of thinking as well. If the dictators cannot do it from the United States, because he's talking like a dictator lately, as in Poland, selling weapons. So they're preparing a field, not respecting humanity. Because humanity doesn't want war, especially the West and the Christian world. The true Christian world doesn't want war. The Spanish Empire, the Spanish people, South Americans, socialist South Americans, independent South Americans, they don't want war. but they are not going to cite you ever, ever. Will be noted forever. And Africans will reconsider who they are if they want to live under a domination that is being tricked. Because you can make their Wakanda movies. Yeah. But trust me, it doesn't matter how much you invest with titanium and all these irons, whatever. Yeah, because thanks to you, they're gonna make their own movies, you know? They're gonna say, fuck off. We're gonna build our own industry with the Chinese, the Russians, the South Americans. We don't want these problems here, okay? This twisted, rapist personality. So you need a lot of healing to do because you advance too fast. And that's what happens. Yeah. You're giving hands with rapists, you're giving hands with people who kill, you're giving hands with prostitutes' wives who promote hatred, with women like Meghan Markle because she wants to be the only princess because her husband's fucking everyone. Look, listen, look, just do your fucking life. I don't buy your story. I can support it because I love monarchy. I love hierarchy, and more than anything, I love authority. It's within my name. But I have not come here to please idiots. All right? You're born for this, then do it. You're born for that, then do it. I don't care about your private life, really. Yeah? I'm not here to listen to this. I came with my work. I gave it to you. Now that you're doing all these things, and I have to listen to all these things. Yeah? So don't put me on this, on that, or that, or that, or that. I don't even need a pedestal. It's too little for me. I have claustrophobia for pedestals. So you know the language because you've been there. Stop talking for the masses and come out to those. And me. And if you think that I am not worth it to be with other people for this percentage, I don't want to be working there in the public and doing all these things too. I never wanted to be a merchandiser growing up with my mother. Never. I want my percentage and I want to do what I want to do, and that's it. Right? I would like to see the war happening and see what they're doing, and sometimes get to know it, but most of all appreciate because it's going in a right direction, because they remember how it was formed to be. The imaginary world is not to be discriminated because it's not real, and reality is to be praised more. It makes us sensitive. The simpler we are, it makes us more substantial to grab among each other that which is the highest intelligence. Because you cannot say, ah, yeah, enlighten me, please me. You have to be receptive for that. You must maneuver with all these arts as well. And the beauty of the knowledge being passed through so many generations as well to keep creating and composing. But this is this this is to be taken cautiously because these are pillars for the future. So when I say there is just few platforms to enter into virtual reality, that's it. There are no more fights. So I'm still waiting for the cookies and then the cake. So most of the world don't even need to say anything because they will say yes, but they're not going to go into it if there is a war you're supporting, any of you. So you will have these old people wanting to invest in weapons because that's what they do all their life. They've been investing all their life in that. So it's like killing their ego. Yeah? All of them. All of them. But must not they know what is to prevent war and disaster. They know. I have grown up with the military of or ministry, whatever it was. I was too little to remember his title. Going to the military resorts there, however you call them, was it was an act of honor to invite my mother, me, and my sister. We were dressed with hats and as if we were two little princes in Madrid. There's no need to keep postponing and doing the same mistakes of the past when you could have it all. So learn to define this and learn to open up yourself within your walls. Understand very well that anything you do against me, you're doing against yourself. I have been studying and killing myself and investing in myself over and over for my work. You are here for me, from my work. And you might have all this power in the world, do as you may. But this is not a TV channel where I'm coming here to watch what everyone is watching. We're now moving through internet times, and I will tell you over and over again until all of you decide if you want to divide or just follow your own satellites and your own platforms. This goes to the tech giants in these main countries. There is no need to postpone anything. You can keep this war into a mediation that is being talked and stop, halt the fire. I don't care whom you think I am. But think for yourselves. Where are you moving to? Because you are going to be the first one who's going to be killed. Don't think you're that immune. Because once nuclear weapons shut off, you are the one who's going to be killed. Because there are going to be 3,000 going at the same time from all directions, and you won't be able to stop them. You won't be able to stop them. And this is not a threat that is being said by me. All right? This has been already echoing before it happened. It was meant to happen. And who knows if someone triggered you to be doing what you think to be triggering others? Because maybe it was me. Maybe it was a supernatural order. Do you really need to know who started this war? Or for what reason? To change what? Within all of us, really. No, I'm going to keep my superior power. We're going to keep dominating to we're the owners of the world. And there is order. Order in my way. So, well, it's just evolution is something that is happening every day. And I know when I have a rush that never stops from the intensity of being alive. Day and night, day and night, day and night. for weeks, for years. All right? Be careful with me. I'm not a prosocial psychopath or multidimensional form of existence. I'm a human being, and there are 7 million human beings as I am in this world. So note that. Note that. My prayers are not writing the way you think in your certainty. Because certainly you have that position because what you know, what do you know that you are entering for? How are you going to tell the world what you've done? Yeah? Because I'm not writing that peace deal. I'm not going to bring my voice with the storyline of a never ever seen before peace deal. Go and talk with Putin face to face. I know, because I don't want to lose people. People will hate me and some people will love me. I want to be neutral. Putin, think maybe Putin would like to speak with you. Maybe he would like to have your word of honor. Maybe he would like to have this land for both countries on a new realm and mix forces there for those who already are there and just have a pass to go to the beach on the tax money for both or just itself. Bring many options to choose from. But start to move on, because look, nothing is going to happen with war. In every storyline, through any verse, through any group, through any time frame, nothing good happens during a war until there is victory. And this is not about who has the best formula, because we can travel around the world, we can see each other's truth around the world, we can translate our languages around the world in 1 second. We can all know the truth, more or less, if we really want to look at it. Or we don't care because we'll give up. So it is important to respect people's trust. Not only in your own government, but how you're treating the environment, because you're polluting the air. And when people disconnect from you, not only spiritually, but mentally, they're not going to pay taxes for you. And you're going to get ruined faster than ever. Imagine. This is not a threat. This is natural order. Because empires are meant to fall. They might have to change religion as well. Because they never had a real Jesus. They never had a real sense of divinity to think for all. Are you thinking for yourself, really? Your brother? Your family? Your blood family? Look, the clash of classes is real. Forget about races, men and women. The clash of classes, it doesn't matter if it's is real. All right. So if you're going to countries, what class they are, their highest class is not that higher class. You put the higher class, they kill all the higher class in Russia. And everyone needs to move into higher class. There is nothing wrong with taking care of vegetable, walking dogs from others, uh, seeing a mother taking a break and taking care of all the children, little ones with other mothers, at least 3 hours break, 6 hours working while they're sleeping or just playing, just to know mother is there. 5 minute break every here and there because mother is there. Connection. So much we need to understand within the connections of intelligent forms that are not just through nano biotechnology for robots. Neuralink, Neuralink, just take care of the people who need to walk, the people that need Neuralinks. You want to be smarter? Think. Think. What is meditation? Why could you get all this adrenaline without artificial drugs? External wiring, because you can do that research for yourself and better if you are super intelligent. Is that word the real word? Is it another word? No, it's not this word. Let's find it. And certainly, I know I'll get there. Until I get that tool. Yeah, that one is that one. Oh, that's the word I was looking for. And certainly, you knew what you were looking for. I know because I've been there for 7 hours, if necessary, to get that word and tone. Because I knew what I was looking for in uncertain ways. I knew it was there. All right. So I'm telling you from another part of the brain, from another part of intelligence, those forms of thinking exist also among each other. Yeah? Maybe you don't know the body of someone and you have a profound longing to touch it nonstop for hours. And certainly, you know it's there, but because it's the first time, it's as if it's not. So it is not that you're crossing over these fears. You're also burning from the past information of the person who's been touching this cover. The, the other people or all the people who have touch of being part of this skin to skin cover constitution, construct, composition, ecosystem. So you're not only touching the other person, that if you have studied for it, you can enjoy even more. And if you really love and admire that person as much as you could hate it, you might be more intrigued to just share the language of touching between the bones and stretching and reading the body. You can read sickness. You can heal. Of course, the sickness is going to return because the sound of that sickness has a pathology. It can heal, but yet the consciousness needs to be mature in order to prevent the sickness to repeat because it's still not aware. So it is good to have connection with others. Yeah, It will create us a healthier life because one person doesn't know everything as well. We don't all need to touch another. Yeah, we can just eat and be fat and just grow old however you want. Look, it's okay. I would too. It's not a big deal. Or not. Yet you are getting in connection through the wall and the memory that constructs the composition of everything that has touched it, and that information which leans there. You are not only touching it, but you are communicating with that. And sometimes you're like, why am I in this dialogue? Because of that information. You have not yet established a communicator that is fluent, because it's starting to meet with two definitions that are apart through this new connection that is like two walls getting together but are apart. And certainly you know that, but you fully know it. As this is yours or you belong to it. Yeah? So power issues. Power issues has a lot to do, of course, once again, with inner authority, intelligence, freedom, decisive cognition, even to decide within the uncertainty. Yeah. So there are many techniques to flow in these dimensions, realms, or terrains, whatever they are, spatial, in the cybernetics, or in the real life. That means spatial, because you can go with your spaceship and more or less have these pictures about other universes, and maybe some some robots have to get some material and test there before a human gets there. Yeah, Mars is cold, very cold. Mars. It doesn't have so much of a sunshine. So think about it, because there are many ways to produce forms of life. But at this time, right now, I don't have the brains to go to one hypothesis that I have that could lead to a theory. But that uh, form of how the world had an implosion and created water from the acids rains. So the implosion where the earth cracked, creating all its continents. So I had seen the whole implosion through the biological instrument. Every form of life has this planet Earth, which comes thanks to the water from that implosion. So the rains. So it was an idea while I was reading these books of science, because I didn't like anyone in Canada, because that's when I start losing my social status within this last decade. So I would just read a lot of and dig into the problems that were disturbing me, to find answers never imagined. Yet science was just something that passed by, and certainly no, I was not really looking to solve any problem as others, where I was already involved consciously. But these are problems that one cannot just come here and say, hey, I have this crazy idea, you wanna try it out? When it comes true and it's legal, hey, everybody's gonna fight for what? So arguably it's gonna be like, look, just can we just not just please each other, but relieve the world from this, which is pleasing to us, but maybe not for many people in this world. We could already have a global map in each continent, and it could go in each part of its continent, but not just a country, but for example, the Native Americans, one year, or another year in Africa for these guys in the Sahara, these nomads. But of course, they will have from the best of their own continent there, seeing what they need around the world and how they're working together in their continent with the best heads and getting this puzzle up together. The puzzle up that everyone is bringing the data locally. I cannot, I cannot, I cannot talk straight for too long. These are not riddles because it's been written, it's been puzzled up, it's been it could be majestic once people know how much money is going on taxes, so there is no more corruption. And eventually, people and other parties of political, they're going to ask to stop investing on weapons because they're going to see that they could do much better with energy. This is not infinite energy that comes from money that's been printed. This comes from energy that is being consumed within the movement of time space. I can be consumed for greatness. All this that you think that is the working class, everyone can study, everyone can garden, everyone can have beautiful bodies with sports and good nutrition, all right, and space enough to not have to deal with any asshole, men and women, because it's like, why do I have to deal with this? Yeah, like, I don't care. You love each other, then go. Get out of my room. Why you also want my children and my belongings? Yeah? You don't love me? Okay, no, you want me to? Look, it's just go have fun. Yeah? Go have fun with your life. Don't take my children, don't take my belongings, don't take my money, don't lie. So there you have not only man but woman fighting against you. Look, this is not the way to be. Because if I have to invest all my life for my future generations to have guns, weapons, nuclear weapons, to protect myself, it's ridiculous. So all these standards and the whistleblowers are going to help. But if whistleblowers are going to lose their jobs, then put these algorithms. They don't have to be artificial intelligent robots because it's too expensive. But I already brought that idea for my core with McDonald's, because a simple algorithm where you can put all these problems and they calculate the answer without much artificial intelligence, just calculate it, because I can have the answer, but at least they won't fire me if the algorithm says it. Look, We have so many people living in this neighborhood. This neighborhood is not the center of the street city where everybody comes to work, and normally they're all just from the social status. So you should hire this and this and this and that. Oh, well, in this algorithm, we have these problems to recycle because this company yet is not recycling. So we're on this stage and this stage and this stage, and anyone can go there and report there without being fired. But this is not only for McDonald's, this is for every company in the world that could put there a problem without being fired or having all these 3,000 assholes that are not going to take it to the quarters office of the world because it's in Chicago. I know, but that is too much for us. I mean, we have the record of McDonald's in United Kingdom. Yes, that's why I came to work in your McDonald's, because I thought you would have the power to communicate the recycling method to Chicago headquarters. Oh no, but that is too much. They're really big. I have seen them last year when you welcomed them. Not for me, but for recycling, for the tree. Don't worry, it's more worth it than all this money. But they don't get it. Why? Because they're low classes who just got this job, study for first generation, and there you go. Trash my work. So there's a lot of problem with clash of classes. And as people are evolving in middle class, high class need to come down sometimes so they learn faster. Not to have the quorum, which is very easy to monkey see, monkey do. Yes, I can. Anyone could learn that and copy it and do it. But to keep the power, to let it roll, supposedly in the right direction with the right address that composes the space of the address, which is within the person, the cover, the silhouette, the construct, the composition, and the ecosystem that maintains that person, that institute, that head of it all. Yes? So, for example, if I won't communicate with your asshole, right? But unless you have problem with your asshole to let the toxicity go where it has to go. Yeah? Because what are these beautiful lips for? Yeah? I have never seen, if you had the power, anyone would shit from their mouth. Yeah? People can shit words because everything is so stagnated, it's normal. Yeah? Like, yes, scandals, I'm more famous. Gossip, yeah. Well, mouth to mouth is the best publicity. Yes, we know that. But that's why innovation and technology and what's cool and fun makes it highly better. So you want to be a tech king, a tech god, a tech warrior, tech gamer, an enlightened. Because I don't understand. It's not like to bring light, bringer of light, to bring light. But people can turn themselves on in this dimension. But we all have the power to be in a heavenly state, to pay our debts consciously. Yeah, so we're moving through uncertainty, but we know we are taking terrain over our consciousness. So we're involved. Then you start to see it's not just your free will. I'm involved. But I'm thankful to be involved. I'm not gonna be like the Labour Party of United Kingdom in the most privileged, if not the best, parliament in the world, talking like that. You should work from another stand. How many people would desire to be there? Honoring United Kingdom, what's working, and whatever is working against, not making the white people or the international people or the people who want to work and make worth their life more hateful online. So you have your position. This is because nobody has the power to take this person out, because nobody wants to go locals to take this person because it's part of the no why this person is not getting out, why this person is not being attacked, because there is no hyenas enough here to attack. Well, they're taking this person out, never gonna change tone. But there are billions of people out there who are not resented middle class, ready to stop anyone to have a position, because that's what the middle class is in general, the ambition ones. And they know, yeah, the sneaky one, take care of your terrain. Yeah, right. Billions of people, billions of people who want to work, make their life better, giving the power. So these are times where we need less drama, actually. Yeah. Sometimes in storyline, one of the laws is like we can have drama for this theme for 3 days, no more. Why? It's just not healthy, but the storyline doesn't roll. The the stories break. The it doesn't, unless you have a corruptive way of manipulating what is the theme, but then no one is being part of it. You want people to invest, to be part of it, to feel welcome, to feel powerful next to you, to be appreciated, to be considered noble. Now, look, I don't want to talk like this. I don't want to be pissed off. I am not like a guru that wants to go in hunger. I love to have a lot of colors to paint, so I paint. Yeah? I like to think that I have infinite material to paint. I like to see my fridge full of food. I don't like to see the way I am living. I'm not going to die for you, for anyone, giving my consciousness, whatever is walking through uncertainty, because I am walking through uncertainty, but I know where I'm going because I created this. And you might know better because you're holding it. But don't think that because you're going to give me my rights that you're going to lose your power. Oh, that you have better things. Well, I'm not interested. I have asked for what I want, and that's it. You can you can do whatever you want with your life. I'm not interested in your story at all. That you have better plans for me and for the future. I don't care. That is your story. But as I am, nothing is going to happen because I want the dominion of my power, which is within my creation, to roll. And you cannot impose either way on me. I hope you got that idea. All right? There? You know how hard I can play. You know what is loyalty, and you know what is unconditional love, unconditional work, devotion, and you know the limits. And that's when you stomp yourself against the wall. So, you want to have all the world laughing because it reflects you don't want anyone around you to be insulted. No one, especially of your own kind. And when you talk about your own kind, are those who, no matter what mistakes, have your silhouette, your construct, your composition, or your ego system, and your cover, as with allies and friends and even enemies. So these are not the times to postpone and create more drama. All right? And this is a certain control over the uncertainty. Because that what you think you're holding might be too little when you can have all the world holding hands, right? What do you want? A masochist story? Come to me in hell. Only in Greek mythology you will find that hell has iron gates. It has iron walls. Go study that. Go to the royal libraries of the world. Go and take yourself there hours and months and study about the iron wall of Tartarus, where no soul can enter or escape. I have created the character Pallas, inspired from Greek mythology, to be of iron before he's unleashed into a new form of male. Why? Because in Greek mythology, is known to be the strongest, uh, not just iron or metal, is the strongest material because the soul and the spirit and the psyche and the mind could transpass, could go through, but not through this form of belief. You could study any material. Other materials can be stronger. Other elements could be stronger. And this is a fantasy story of mythology, but it also constitutes the shield that protects something that is to be hidden for a reason. And if you cannot control it, if you want to share that, I don't know. No, go on, play that in Dungeons and Dragons. Go there and play sadomasochist sex. Nobody needs to know, right? This is the real world. I'm talking here with my face as Patricia Placencia, and this is my voice, and this is YouTube. YouTube. And I'm gonna put this video on private because I don't have enough memory to leave it on my computer, which I used to. So I cannot be talking as a character or a part of information that is part of myself or my innermost truth. Because that's that can only be understood through other realms that need boundaries could be so misunderstood. I can understand that, but I'm not gonna go and role play and have all these hackers thinking that this person, oh, these are many voices. Look, if I was a man, you would never say that. You would respect me as a writer and composer. Yeah, I would have never listened to so many insults from so many people because I don't take depreciations because they are they are welcome to be part of. Yeah, there are as many realities as creations that just one single person has done from so many. Because even Tolkien has copied these stories from the Nordic gods and the Celtic elves and the Greek. Yeah, it wasn't just that Tolkien dedicated all his lives in creating. He said to his teacher in the University of Oxford, "Oh, well, I have copied." And his professor said, "You've been inspired." Yeah. So, yeah, I got this formula and I've been inspired. But I'm talking in behalf of all of them as well. And you. So, yeah, don't call me an empath or a narcissist because I don't fall into those categories. Don't call me a Jew or a Christian or a Buddhist. Don't call me a woman. Don't call me anything. Just listen to yourself, to your limitations, and try to 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 view how does it sound within the construct that you are, because you're entering into what you already know as an explorer. Yeah. So you can test it 1 million times, you can pass page 1 million times, but you will have to face other people. You will have to prepare. You just don't go there and just, yeah, no, you have your script. You think about it. Yes, you are creating also together. So you can have a premonition, but it's because you know human behavior. You know the natural movement of this characteristic element, political view, resistance because of the attacks, because of the twists, because everyone wants to be superior on top. So kind of like, yeah, well, don't say I'm lazy because maybe it's not true. I am not here for you to repeat who I am. That's why half of it could be true, half of it could be not true. It could have been lived, it could have not. I'm not here to for you to judge about my life or who I am, but for you to carry on the line. One of the main rules in role play is follow the line. It doesn't mean that you have to follow what the other did, but to put your power to bring to reality your imagination. And there in that uncertainty, but you already know enough. That is, your intelligence is already working by itself. So you're in another level, letting it roll. And there you have your line. But you create it from following the line. And not only you have created, you have taken over the other one with yours. Of course, sometimes could be very overpowering. And people will hate you. It will create so much disturbance. Like when Boris Johnson just like flame of fire there with his hairs. And he created more and more hatred the better he was, just because of a sandwich. Was it prepared? Was more exciting than prepared. Is it to judge? Is it really to judge? Do I look cerebral if I dress this way or this other? If I walk with this person or with other? Yeah? Hmm? You have not respect my work to me, even this. But I am not a victim. I am the creator. All right? And I'm giving power for everyone to create. And then when they start creating, it is their power, their own. It is their own line. But I have much more to give. So don't talk about me because woman. No, don't talk to me about me because I belong to this identity or this or that. And then always have to put this differentiation. No, there is a political view that is much more worth it for reality and influential. So start being a little more honest about it. And if you're going to lose votes, mister, at least you will be remembered for something good, like stopping pedophiles and transgenders with children. Children are mature little beings. Gosh. But like this is everything. Because we do not understand our boundaries. We don't understand our limitations. We don't understand who has the authority will take the parents to jail. Why is this Virginia judging a prince take the parents to jail for not taking care of her daughter who was a minor pretending to be an adult, doing adult things, knowing very well what she was doing, and fooling other men as if she was an adult? Whatever. If you are next to children, no. Grooming children to go there, no. You are aware. So these things have to be considered by law. These are gray areas. But they know what they're doing. They know what is what. And of course, sharing children for sex as if it's the last cream of the world. That's sad. But we are constructing our generation. These things might keep existing or not. This is why I trust the government. So in the future, it can be noted to prevent in cybernetics as better people than me know that's just good enough. Terrorists and pedophiles. Team Cook. So I only need to see what's in your phone just to prevent from this. That's it. But the government has to be aware in synchronicity with platforms. There are new laws and forms that might come within the mysteries of government and cybernetics, because people cannot know so much. People cannot understand so much so far. You have to have the mind of a hacker. You have to be immersed on the internet, if not a hacker, to understand what is the power of information, even if it is an illusion. There are values there. Why? Because children are not with their mothers as they should. Because mothers now are being put to work. Who wants so many? How much money and taxes to put families and mothers to work? Why to pay so much in nannies? So nannies pay taxes and mothers pay taxes. This is unhealthy for intelligent human race that has inner authority and the highest kind of authority. Because you can have all the world working for you right now. So think about these 7 billion people to get taxes from them. Don't exploit mothers and the women of this world for your fake marriages, pedophilias, and abuse, and little dicks in China. Yeah, because it's the same, but in another way. I'm talking bad to everyone equally, and the Spanish, at least at first, putting their corrupt people out. Yeah, North Americans are the first one putting their truth out, and you can see the statistics. Doesn't mean they're worse, but they're the ones putting the truth out. So the Spanish are putting, it's not because we're more corrupted, but we're putting it out. There'll be many people who suffer it to put this out, yeah, including me. Oh, because they are, well, they're too busy. You need a lot of strength and will to move these things and care, to care. They have done the worst to me, but in any place I would go, because corruption has a mechanism that wants to hide itself and put other stories on top. So eventually, this is going to soften up. Eventually, we'll be able to celebrate. Just be. Just let it be. I want to be doing the life that I want to be doing. Yes, and I don't want to be talking like this in here. I want my money from the work that I had sent on the 4th of October of 2020 to be paid from the formula they took for the metaverse. And this is a dead end. This is a wall of differentiation. And this is a chapter or a story ending you learn from sequence. I know what you're doing very well. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not going to say it because it belongs to the unknown. It belongs to that. And I am not going to put my hands and my words into uncertainty because I'm only playing with a given line. And you are not being fair. And I don't like to be shared. Otherwise, I would be an actress. I would go around for politics. I would go and suck dick to become a wife to some asshole who's going to cheat on me and fuck me and then show me off as if I'm the cream of the world when I am not, just to make me feel that I'm important. No, I would never want to be that, nor that, nor that, nor that, nor the other. So what I did is greater than all of that together. Now follow your line. That is good enough. Yeah, and prepare your role play to me. I don't know because I say so, because it's part of the story. Learn your sequence. with me and what my work represents.